up, Patrick? What's up, Sparks? Yeah, okay, it's not muted. I had to check because I always forget. But Kura, Kura, I say you said that, I don't know. Thank you. The tree. Oh, what's up, Lawrence? So I think the overworld is gonna take until February. Um, summer, like either late January or early to mid February. I think close to February. It's probably the when I'll be finishing this. And then I mean, to be fair, I still have the nether in the end, so if you account for those, then it's probably going to be closer to June up to, I'd say up to August, but I'm not too sure about that one. I don't know how long the nether is going to take. It shouldn't take too long if I work at the rate that I usually work at. So that will be determined. The entire overworld nether and end will be determined after partially through the nether is probably when I'm going to determine how long it's going to take, but the lava lakes won't be that bad. They aren't as big as you would think, considering the nether at most is 288 by 288. And they aren't that deep of lava lakes, they're only like 8 or 9 blocks, which is not that much. If I remember correctly, yeah, they actually aren't that big. I mean, sure, they're very intimidating, don't get me wrong. I mean, it's still a whole entire sheet of lava. Still, even then. I think I can fill up all the lava lake. I think I can fill up all the lava lakes in the entire nether in one fell swoop with all the sand that I have. The only thing is it's gonna take forever is placing all that sand. Just placing it is gonna take a while. That's the only part I'm kinda worried about in the nether. The rest shouldn't be that bad. It's gonna be kind of a pain to mine, but I'd say for the most part I think it's gonna be alright. I never really thought about that, about what Philza would think about this. I don't know, it doesn't... The thing about that is that, It's still kind of weird that there aren't any longer hardcore worlds. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody had a longer hardcore world but didn't record it. Okay, I see a tree. I mean, couldn't you just be overly prepared in armor to just never die? I mean, yeah, eventually you'll make a mistake, but you could literally just do the safest things in the game for 5 years. Like, I find it a bit weird how, don't get me wrong, it's pretty sad that losing a 5-year hardcore world is kind of insane to think about. But at the same time, Up, Punic. What's up, Gold Crafter? the cave system. Kudomski. What's up, Gaming Master? Nice. What donkey? I'm a layer 29. Could see Java. I'm even better in Java because the bow is better, especially with the mouse. I think my controller skills are pretty nice. It's even better because the accuracy is it's night and day. Honestly, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, it happens. It also happens in the nether too, I noticed. I get really unlucky with these nether fortresses. Like how when I enter another fortress and there's like 4 or 5 wither skeletons, 3 or 4 blazes, stuff like that. It's kind of ridiculous. Alright. See you, Game Master. Finally hit the mine shaft, my god. Wondering when I was gonna hit it. It's gonna take a little while to get rid of. Here are the torches from when I first discovered it. Yeah, today is tomorrow, or tomorrow will be the start of the 3-day session. I know I didn't stream last Thursday or what I think it was, so I think the last time I actually streamed was last Wednesday, if I remember correctly. I don't remember why I didn't stream Thursday, it's kind of weird to think about. I know Friday and Saturday I didn't stream because I was gonna play Smash with my friend. Unfortunately, he didn't show up. But to be fair, we did stay up pretty late and he had to do something the next day anyway. So I don't really blame him. Which, if I would have known he had to get up so early, I wouldn't have even considered playing Smash that night, but I don't know why I didn't stream that day actually. I forgot why. I know I woke up pretty late, but there was also another reason I kind of forgot. Like, I could just completely forgot. I don't think I actually had to do really anything that day. I don't remember. Or had to do much. I think I was catching up with Smash and stuff like that. Like catching up in terms like everything, really everything, well, including Smash, but I'd say everything else that I do. Or not everything else I do, but just everything that just is there. I don't know. I just know that I do have a pretty, actually decent chance of getting, I wouldn't say getting big in Smash, but definitely, possibly making some waves. Possibly. In the future. Maybe. I think I'm on that like edge of master where if I just put a little bit more time into the game, I probably could make some pretty big waves, but I'm not too sure yet. But to be fair, that's how I feel about everything. I feel like if I just put in a tiny bit more investment into whatever it is, I could really go far in it, but you probably kind of feel the same way in certain scenarios. That's how I feel though. It's like if I just put a little bit more, like certain characters on Smash, like Captain Falcon, for example, if I just put a tad more effort into that character, I'm like on that edge of mastery of the character. I would just need to put in a tiny bit more effort. And a tiny bit for me is actually a lot of effort. Because of, you know, having very high standards in that case. Like, really focusing down, but... yeah. I think it'd be an interesting way to make some money. Like, as a side income or something like that in the future. Like, imagine if I just did this project in Smash as, like, an income. That'd be really interesting. If this project this channel produced enough income for me to actually even do something like that. If I gathered enough following. I think it'd be pretty interesting. So like use the channel as main income and then use Smash if I do anything with that. If I can get the ball rolling with that, then I might be able to make some. I know it's not a lot. I'm not expecting to, but you know, there are actually some times where I don't put in enough effort, or I don't put in more effort because I know that if I do put in some more effort, that I don't want to just destroy everybody in something. For example, melee. I've already improved drastically over periods of time learning the game. So I know that if I put in any more effort, I know I'm gonna just body everybody that I know. So it's like, you know what? I'm not gonna put in more effort into that game. I just don't see any. I don't really have any real reason to. So I'm not gonna go that far anymore. Even for like 2 weeks of like playing on the side, I'm getting pretty far in the game already. It's one of those things where it's like I already know that I'm gonna be putting more time into this than everybody else. It's kind of sad actually, because it's like I already know how good I can get at games. It's kind of frustrating though, because I already know I have the capacity to put in time into things far more than anybody else. I've known that for years, even before the psychology, but that has already proven it. The psychology proves what I've already sort of understood about myself, at least a little bit. About like how I can just put in far more hours than just about anybody else, or at least it feels like it. Not everybody, but majority of people that I know. Actually, I think everybody that I know, honestly. I do this all the time though. Like for example, it's a really stupid example, but a long time ago when I played Wii Sports, like when the Wii was really big, like the Wii was like the mainstream console. Like the mainstream console, like far higher than Xbox or PlayStation ever could get. Um the bowling, when I was playing bowling, I was decent at the game. Whenever decent, meaning I was kind of meh. And then I said screw it, and I just looked up methods to get strike every single time, and guess what? I learned how to get a strike every single time. And people got really annoyed at that because it's like it's literally unfair, the fact that I made it so unfair that it's like, is there any point in me even competing in any shape or form? Just an example. There probably are other examples, but that's just something that and then there are certain games that I actually didn't put enough effort into that I probably could have put in more effort into if I actually stuck with it, which was the main one that comes to mind is Geometry Dash. That's probably the main game I could think of where if I just put in a bit more effort when it comes to learning certain levels and stuff like that, I could have went way further, but like way further. But I mean, I just didn't have the patience for some reason for that game. I don't know what it was. I think it was just because I just wasn't used to difficult tasks, doing difficult tasks over and over and over again. Like putting in that level of effort to actually get through something that difficult. Something like this, for example. This isn't difficult. This is just something that this just takes time. I mean, there's no difficulty to this. So the level of effort I have to put into is different than the level of effort for something that's very difficult. For example. Did I save? I think I saved, but not too sure. Yep, that sounds like a really big pain. Honestly, one of my bigger fears is losing an entire section's worth of time, possibly because of something happening. Which I don't think will happen, but it is technically possible. Kind of crazy how fast these layers actually go by. Especially when you're not doing anything, you don't really take many breaks. It's like 2 hours gone. Kind of feels like that at work at sometimes. Mondays go by pretty quickly, especially by myself, since I don't have anybody else. There's no noise going on unless I'm doing something with or no noise other than what I'm doing, really. Unless it's a the only exception that is, I think, actually, yeah, it's when the faucet's, when I'm trying to soak something. think I have pretty much full mastery of my entire station, I think by this point. Like, I mean, in total, complete mastery over it. Also, I think I know why caffeine doesn't affect us that much, or at least we may not feel like our caffeine doesn't affect. Because I noticed yesterday, I actually drank I think it was a Coke or something like that, because I gave it to me. And since that had caffeine in it, I noticed the only difference between the only thing caffeine really gave me was the fact that I can enter my subconscious a bit more. I think that's the only difference, was that I was able to just transition easier, which makes sense because you technically are in your subconscious when you drink caffeinated stuff or any stimulus. That's the only difference. But if you don't, so here's the thing, if you drink caffeine but you don't actually like have any reason to enter into your subconscious, then it's not gonna feel like it affects you really. Like, I literally felt almost no difference besides maybe a slight boost in speed. It was like a speed boost. It was like it's like my speed stat. It got increased, but in real life. That's what it felt like. And sometimes I could move even faster than normal, which was crazy. It was like my base speed got moved up. I think it also depends on your diet and sleep. I think those both affect caffeine as well. How your body ingests caffeine. I think if you got proper sleep, I'm not too sure about this one. More of a theory. I mean, it kind of makes sense because of how digestion works, but or how your body absorbs nutrients and any form of, you know, whatever, anything of that sort. Or how your body releases hormones or absorbs stuff in general. Sleep and diet affects both of those. So if you have a bad sleep and diet, I don't think caffeine's gonna really do anything, which I guess makes sense. I guess that is kind of it's a pretty bad sign. So. Jesus, I'm so close to breaking these pickaxes. It's kind of scary. I'm like noticing them last minute. I don't know. I just got a slight speed boost. It's like my base speed got enhanced, and then I could just go faster after that. That's pretty much what I felt like. The closest I could think of, at least. My accuracy was slightly better, just a little bit. And there were certain things that I don't usually do that quickly, but I actually did them slightly quicker. It was kind of weird. Very slightly. It's like, what the heck? I don't think caffeine's really worth it. I think it was kind of interesting though, figuring out. Thing is, caffeine really inhibits your like subconscious growth because you're forced into it, so you can't gradually get into it. It's still chaotic. So if you want like actual happy growth, like happiness within growth, like actual growth, within how happy you are and stuff like that, caffeine just no, don't do it. Maybe like once a week if like you're having a really bad day. That's probably the only time, like an emergency situation. It was kind of useful for me Sunday because I actually somehow woke up at 7 o'clock, even though I got like 5 hours of sleep. Fortunately, I got tons of hours the day before, which is the reason why I didn't stream that day, if you're wondering. But I got tons of sleep the other day, so it kind of made up for it. Remember how I mentioned that sleep is only one day apart? There's a reason I say that. Or making up sleep is only a one-day thing. It's kind of a thing. But, it's good for emergencies, I would say. But it's still pure chaos because it's just, it's like, you just can't enter. You not only can't force in, like, you're forced into it. You can't just, yeah, you're just forced into it. There's no real growth happening. It's like, all right, so you're taking these stimulants. It's like that's really it. It's just you can't gradually get yourself into it. You're forced into the actual subconscious side of your mind, which pretty much takes away your ability to like get genuine happiness. Which sounds weird saying that caffeine kind of inhibits your happiness, but it kind of does. From a psychological standpoint, at least. I mean, sure, yeah, you can be externally happy with other things, but in terms of pure internal happiness, it's going to inhibit it. It's the same with drinking alcohol. Alcohol is going to prevent you from, it's going to prevent you from making wiser decisions, or it may just enable you to make foolish decisions. Because you're entering into your unconscious in a chaotic way. I mean, sure, yeah, you're getting rid of your worry, but that still does not mean that you can't make very foolish decisions in certain ways. Here's another thing that's kind of overrated. Money. So CS Joseph actually had a video on it was what tech careers are best suited for INTPs, I think it was, which is weird, an INTP asking that, even though they generally just go into IT regardless anyway. But he was talking about how like specialists, like software developers and stuff like that, even though technically you don't have to specialize in software development, you can branch off into web development, front end, back end, whatever. I don't know. He doesn't. It's very black and white. I've noticed with a lot of the things he talks about in certain scenarios. It's kind of frustrating. I've noticed it. Like for some reason, he thinks that because working, you can work at Amazon with an A+ certificate, ranking $32 an hour. But I looked at the reviews on it, and apparently that job is really garbage because of Amazon, and work-life balance just doesn't exist with that. So if you don't want like a work-life balance, do not do that job as support engineer 1. Don't get me wrong, it makes good money, but gotta consider the hours. And then and just work-life balance in general. And the next thing is he mentioned about like how generalists make more money than specialists, and that they're more fluid and more flexible, which makes sense. That definitely does make sense. That they would make more money in general, literally. because of how much how fluid they are, and they can just go from place to place to place and stuff like that. But to be fair, you can leverage that with programming as well, so that's still kind of debunked, but whatever. Because you could do the same thing with programming as well, because there are plenty of options out there. I still don't understand that argument of like being general, meaning you have more options. Yes, you technically do have more options, but that doesn't mean the people that are specialized or can't have as many options or slightly less options, because more options does not mean you have no options. I mean, there's a reason people do programming, is because it's so flexible with, and it's so valuable to other people that like you have options almost anywhere within almost any, at least big city wise. I see where he's getting at though. It still doesn't paint a full picture, even though he doesn't really paint a full picture most of the time anyway. He gives good options, don't get me wrong, like he gives pretty decent advice in a lot of situations, but he still doesn't paint the full picture in that scenario. And then give me a second. Okay. So he was just talking about, well, if you really want the big money, then you can do like go into the infrastructure of IT, which it makes sense. I mean, it's the infrastructure. I mean, it's the main component of IT, so they, of course, they are definitely gonna make the most money. IT relies on an infrastructure, and the control of infrastructure, meaning you have the most control of like money. The thing is, the problem is the money aspect. The thing is, I've noticed that money is like the ultimate enabler. I think the reason people focus so much on money is because first thing is that it's just so valuable to other people. It's because everybody else values big money that highly. That means everybody else is gonna, that means most people are gonna value money in that way. The thing is, there's one thing I mentioned. There's been many studies and many studies on happiness when it comes to money, and 75K apparently is like the general consensus on happiness, where if you make any less, you'll be less happy, but like the peak happiness is like 75K. I know that's very dependent on country to country, the where you live, but if you just, at least in the US, it's around 75K. You could probably just translate that to euros, pesos, wherever, any currency really out there. Just translate that. But generally, the general accepted and study-based amount of money that where happiness is no longer a problem after a certain point is around 75K, which makes a lot of sense. The thing is, people focus so much on just building income, they don't really think about what they're doing with the money. That's the bigger problem, is that the more money you have, the higher enablement you're gonna be, the more tempted you are to being enabled by the amount of money that you make. Like, for example, think of the lottery. The lottery is a great example of something where if you're that you'll be super tempted by high amounts of money. I mean, think about how many people go bankrupt winning the lottery, or NFL players going bankrupt like a decade or so after, or whatever it is. I actually don't specifically know the amount of years, or after a specific amount of time after quitting the NFL, because, you know, enablement with money. That's kind of the problem, is that people need to change their, I don't know if it's principles, I guess it's kind of principles, of instead of making more money, they need to spend less money. So they actually have the discipline and or the desire to make more money later on, or they could also do something else that most people don't talk about, and that is investing the money. Because if you save the money and you invest it, that's going to be a way higher return in the future. And you not only have a work-life balance if you pick a job that has works like 40 hours a week, combine it with the investments. I mean, you probably live in a... I mean, it kind of depends on where you live, though, as well. But, in wherever you're at. Because even in my small town, there's probably very few people that make over 60K a year. Like, very few. In my area, at least. Unless they're like a very high manager or something like that, that they spent decades to get that position or whatever. That's the only exception. But there's no point in doing that when you can invest the money. If you want to work 40 hours a week, spend some extra time learning about investments and stuff like that, and then invest into dividends, go dividend income invest, do dividend income investing. Find some stocks, find some ETFs to buy, and then you can use that percentage I'd prefer probably monthly dividend income. So you get at least some compound interest monthly to some degree. And then the thing is, by the time, here's the thing, so if you worked as like a manager or something like that after a certain point, or not worked as a manager, so imagine if you compared somebody who was working 60 hours a week, grinding at a job that was making, I don't know, 50% more money or something like that, on a person than working 40 hours a week. That person would be grinding like 60 hours a week or something like that for decades even, and finally get to a position where they actually make a ton of money. But you have that person who's working 40 hours a week that's actually having a better work-life balance and investing a good amount of the money into say in dividend income investing or whatever. The thing is, after about a decade or two, they could actually retire if they save enough money and actually just meet their needs and enough for their wants. They could retire and still, or they have enough money to retire, and then they technically have unlimited time on their own hands. Not only unlimited time, but they don't actually have to. They could just put all of their income, their new income, into investments, And then after they retire, or they have enough money technically to retire, they could technically use every bit of that income and more of that income to invest even further and far surpass the person who works for decades that was craving money eventually after a certain point. And this is where specializing can actually be useful, is that you can specialize in something and just move from place to place to place. Not only that, but you don't have to deal with learning tons of new other skills. Over and over and over again. You could just specialize in one skill. You may be a bit less valuable, but you don't have to worry about that after a certain point. It doesn't matter after a certain point. Because you don't have to do that. You could literally just live wherever you want, in any place, go wherever you want, pretty much have unlimited free time. I mean, as long as you make enough money and you have a little bit extra. To do whatever you want. Because it's like, people want that extra money so they could buy new things or whatever, a bigger house, but do they really want that, or do they want just more time to do things in general? Because I would think time is a bit more valuable than just having that bit of extra money. Let's be honest, you can't get back time, but you can always get money. But people focus too much on money because it's so valuable to everybody else that they just want to sacrifice all their time for that money, when they're better off spending, just letting... It's funny how the types that care so much about money, but they also care so much about optimization. People don't understand that the best way to optimize their life is to make money while you're sleeping. Passive income is something that people just don't remember. It's funny how the types that optimize the most forget the fact that the best way to optimize in terms of money is making passive income. Instead of just chasing that job, chase automation. You're literally automating your life. But people don't see it like that, because they just want those pleasures to spend their money on, but no. You can make it a game as well. It's like, okay, so I have this now. Okay, so now I pay this off now. I don't have to worry about this. Alright, so just keep doing that over and over and over again. Eventually you'll get to the point where you can automate literally everything. Then you don't have to work ever again, technically, if you wanted to. Ultimate independence. Well, sort of. I wouldn't say ultimate, but pretty much as close as you can get to independence without, like, living in the woods. That's ultimate independence right there. It's living in, like, out in the wild. But really, I would say this is the closest you can get to independence without actually being fully independent. But yeah, it's something people need to really wrap their head around. So you can't get time back, but you can always get more money. This is why people need to stop caring so much, at least not as much, about what job they go into or what field they go into. It really doesn't matter as much as you would think. I mean, sure, yes, pick something valuable so you can make a good amount of money, so you can invest, so you have extra money to invest. But honestly, one of the main things people need to focus on is where the money's going in the first place. Because if you don't know where it's going in the first place, then how do you expect all that money? How is all that extra money supposed to be even valuable in the first place if you don't know where it's going? Guess what? That money is worthless. Your time is almost worthless at that point because you don't know where it's going and you're just frivolously, I think it's, I don't know if that's a word or not, but frivolously? I don't know. Something like that. But I guess you could just go with mindlessly. Just mindlessly throwing away your money at things that you may not actually care that much about, but you want the pleasures to erode away your life. I mean, imagine how you would feel if you were given a possible choice of never having to work again after a certain point. Imagine how you would feel. Like, you'd be like, I could literally never have to worry about work again. That burden of work is off your shoulders pretty much forever. And now you are literally free to pursue any hobby you possibly want to. Or whatever. Even if you have extra money from the investments, you can donate it to something or something like that. You can give to other people if you wanted to. Because you're so certain in your financial situation at that point that you literally never have to worry about it again. Because your income is so high from the investments. Even if the investments drop, you still make the money. Enough money from it that you never have to worry about it. I mean, yes, it is technically risky to rely on other companies for your own income. But honestly, if you invest enough into it and into enough companies that give you a good enough return, you literally should not have to worry about it. Even if an entire company drops, you shouldn't have to worry about it because you have other options. As long as you put in enough money earlier on that you don't have to worry about it. You could also make the argument about being like you're not actually independent because you're codependent to the company or whatever, but technically you're codependent to society anyway, so you're still technically relying on society to, if you're working a normal job and stuff like that. The only true independence really is like living out in the wild, but it's the really only true independent way, like fully independent. But from a societal standard, dividend income retirement or FIRE, financial independence, retire early. That's the truest independent, or not truest, the most independent you can get from within a society, but the truest independence really is living out in the wild. But it makes some sense. Yeah, it's pretty powerful how powerful investments really are. But people just chase the short-term money. They don't really look at investments. It's kind of frustrating. Like, I'm looking at margins of like how much do I spend versus how much do I pay. I don't care about really the salary that much, my own salary, as much. It would be nice to have a high salary, but so I can have an even higher margin. But what's the cost in return of trying to get that higher salary? Like, really, what is the cost? Like, you could spend all of this money buying all these certs, becoming an infrastructure engineer. You can get all of these certs, spending all this time for this job, which, I mean, is actually a good investment. Just, if you really don't, if you're already set in another way, might as well just go the other way and just find another way to get that much money, which is actually quite doable. I don't know. It's just it's so underrated. The fire movement is extremely underrated. It's actually kind of insane. It's almost like a life hack. Honestly, income investing is seriously basic. It's a serious life hack, and it actually works because math. I'm just gonna go put up all these. I'm gonna go put up all these, and I'll be just because I don't have much inventory space. There's no point in going for any further with the Did I forget to? God dang it! I'm glad I noticed. Wait, where did I place that sugar box at? Oh, there it is. Yep, I'm definitely blind, let's be honest here. Okay. That's just my biggest gripe though, is the fact that people focus so much on the salary, not really about what they make. It's like, it's a very expedient way. It's like, I'm gonna focus all my time on making this money so I can spend more money. It's all about the spending, not the saving. Because you gotta live a little, right? Even though you can live all you want after you actually put in the effort to. You gotta live a little. Because it's the social norm of spending, of valuing spending over saving. And you wonder why money is taboo. At least in the US. I don't know where if it is in other places, but it definitely is in the US, let's be honest here. Actually, I would say the three main core subjects in the world, which are health, wealth, and relationships, are pretty taboo to talk about. It's very rare that most people generally will be talking about, especially with the older you get, the less it'll be actually talked about. Especially health. It's especially bad with health, let's be honest here. Relationships you can kind of get away with talking about to other people, but health, not really. kind of funny. I'm combining my knowledge of like understanding money with this psychology, like this depth psychology. I'm combining it, like, so I guess you could say social knowledge of like how behavior and like the collapse of society and stuff like that. Like I'm combining money with that knowledge. It's kind of weird. I don't really know what to explain. It's like social knowledge, like society knowledge, or like it's hard to oh, wait. How to explain what type of knowledge it really is. I think do I put this? That works. Actually, I had no clue what extra name tags. I think I got that I got rid of all of them. Actually, where is it at? There it is. Up, Ismail? I think it's that. Ismail? Yes, Ismail, I think. I don't know, I just spent three, uh, roughly over 3.5 years on a legacy world. Just mining, really. Breaking the world up, breaking a classic world up into pieces. And basically determining how long this was exactly going to take, which I've pretty much nailed it in terms of how long this is going to take, but I mean, I had this entire project pretty much fully planned out by, I think, the first, just before the first quarter of the world. I think some very small minor changes happened, but I think at least 90% of the project was fully planned out. He did die from a baby zombie, wasn't it? When he was on his 5-year world. Starting to remember it. Or was it something else? Okay, can you imagine playing a world for 5 years, having all of the resources in the world, and somehow still dying from a baby zombie and a spider? That's just hard to believe on its own. To give all the resources in the world. You should be so overpowered by that point. It should be, you should literally have... You should almost have an enchanted golden apple with you at all times, paying attention. You could almost probably be almost eating or not enchanted, just golden apples. Because enchanted golden apples are nerfed horribly. Not enchanted. I forgot about that for some reason. Actually, honestly, you've probably found quite a few. You probably found a few dungeons, maybe like 1 or 2 dungeons with them, but mostly just you should literally your base food should be golden apples or golden carrots. By that point, you should also have a diamond chestplate with you if you have elytra. Because if you with the protection for full diamond armor, yeah, it's so it's literally his own fault for him ruining his 5-year world. Because he was too prideful. Dude, the amount of regret he probably had for the purse, like, for at least several days. If not weeks. I mean, if you have, okay, if you have full enchanted protection for diamond armor, I don't care how OP those baby zombies are. You should not die from you should not die from a baby zombie with fully enchanted protection for diamond armor. I mean, think Philza, like Rafi's literally talking about how he was too prideful and not putting on his diamond chest plate. He knew he could have survived it if he just he just took the enchanted golden apple or put on the chest plate, but he died for not doing. For not doing that. He would admit though, if he admitted that it was too prideful for him having the babies on, or too prideful for him having the enchanted golden apple or putting on the chest plate, he had time to switch if he admitted that it was too prideful. Because you should at least know that you're taking damage. From something. Even if you don't even know what it is. Does not matter. I guess the only exception to that is probably Ender Dragon Breath, but that's the only thing I could think about that would be but that's, you should know if you're getting hit by that or not, because you're fighting the Ender Dragon. And generally they hit really fast. If he admitted that he was too prideful to put on his chestplate or eat an enchanted golden apple, that means logically that he had time to do something. Just off of pure logic. He had some time to think about what he needed to do, and he still didn't do it. Because that chestplate, just putting on the chestplate would have saved his life, or having an enchanted golden apple, or just walking away in general, which, I mean, to be fair, walking away from a baby zombie is not that easy. Because it's a baby zombie. What's up, Lucky Luciano? Oh yeah, the stress must have been pretty bad. Especially on a hardcore world. Honestly though, in a world like that though, I would be extremely paranoid to some degree, especially for that long on a hardcore world, knowing that if I just die, I lose the entire world. I would be paranoid as all ever. Seriously. Like, I don't think I would even use an elytra unless I absolutely knew that I would not die from something. If I'm going into a cave, guess what? Full enchanted armor, full enchanted diamond armor. And the best food possible by that point. I don't know. If he admits that he was prideful for it, he had time. There's, like, if he admits to the pride of it, then there's no way. Don't get me wrong, the stress factor probably had a little bit to do with it, but if he still admits to the pride of it, then it's still his own fault for it, so there's no arguing that. If you want to keep trying to backing him up, if you want to keep backing him up, you can, but there's no denying it. If you want to keep trying to back him up. That if he clearly admitted to it, if he didn't admit to it, then it would be different. But if he did admit to the pride of it, then there's no point in backing up his case of that situation. I'll repair it in a second because there isn't. It's a good thing he admitted, because he at least accepted that he knew that what was, at least he knew that he learned to not be prideful in a 5-year hardcore world anymore. At least he at least accepted it. He didn't just try to deny it constantly. Am I seriously gonna have to go to the Ender Dragon again right before the lair? Yeah. Yeah, at least he learned from it. I mean, it seems like an extremely painful lesson to learn, but at least he learned it in the most difficult way possible. I mean, actually, is it really that difficult when you literally lose the world, but you also get full time? You literally get to play on a hardcore world full time just because of one mistake. Is it really like that hard of a lesson? At that point, that's a real argument there. You could ask, or you could say, you could throw out there. Yeah, usually you do learn things the hard way most of the time. I mean, it would be different if it wasn't a hardcore world, really. But since it is a hardcore world, that you should be paranoid. But it's different if it wasn't a hardcore world, or a world like this where I could just say or exit without saving. I don't really blame you of not. I don't really blame you of forgetting it, because it seems like a really weird thing to remember. It's switching between your chest plate and elytra. What's up, Wraith? Wait, what did he say? Oh, you're never mind. About like how the mobs barely do anything. think people forget the fact that elytras literally, I'm pretty sure they actually provide zero protection. Yeah, they like actually have no protection, so it's a lot of things people forget about that. And the chest plate is the most, protects the most by far, on any piece of armor, especially when you add protection value to it. It gets even more insane. Like I've had times with my elytra, like in lava, for example. Like I have a legitimate, like I could legitimately die in the lava in peaceful with this armor on that I have. And every piece of armor except for the elytra has protection for, but when I put on the chest plate, I take like half a heart, maybe every half a second, or no, sorry, about half a heart every second or so, which is way less than taking like 1.5, 2 hearts every half second. At least that's what it feels like sometimes. Like I've had so many close calls with this armor set. I mean, I could fall in lava with the chest plate on, and I pretty much is fine. Oh yeah, it's a huge difference, especially with protection value. It makes even, I'd say even almost more of a difference than just the chest plate itself. But people don't really think about that. They always think, I just want to fly everywhere. They think about how cool the elytra is, and they don't think about the fact that you're like a little feather. And get smushed by other things quite easily. This is why I'm actually really contemplating using my elytra when I get to the nether. Like if I should use just my chest plate or I should use my elytra to at some point. I don't think I need my elytra for anything that I know of, at least. I know flying from like little, like, you know how high up the nether is, kind of ridiculous actually. It's gonna be a pain to travel anywhere in the nether, but honestly I think it'll be worth it. Maybe once I get rid of all the maybe once I get rid of all the lava, then I'll switch to my elytra. That's the only reason I'm getting rid of the lava. I don't want the lava to be a burden while I'm mining the rest. I might as well just get rid of all the lava in one go. I have no reason not to. Giovanni. I don't understand YouTube notifications. They don't make any sense. I can't believe it's almost already been 4 hours. Kind of insane, actually. How fast this time is going by. I feel like time is just speeding up and speeding up faster and faster and faster every moment. It's like every time I stream, I feel like the time just goes by quicker and quicker. It's good for like work, but it's kind of weird on streaming. Want to get to layer... What can I get to layer 13, I think? Okay, if I don't finish the section by next week, I'm gonna be quite surprised. Unless I'm extremely busy between Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, but I should finish it by next Thursday? Tuesday? Maybe even by next Tuesday, honestly. Because Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, even if I only do 4 layers per day, for some reason, if I'm really busy, that's 12, 16, I'd be at layer 16, 4 more layers, 12 layers. I would have, yeah. Yeah, I should definitely finish by either Tuesday or Wednesday. I'm gonna be surprised if I drag it on to Thursday. Hey Rafi, how much... When did I start the last section? What was the date? Or, sorry, not last section, when did I start this section? Date-wise. Date and month. I think it was the 20... Yeah, it was the 27th, I'm pretty sure, actually. Wasn't it? Something like that, right? Because if that's the case, I pretty much finished this entire section in a month. I think. Which is pretty sweet, not gonna lie. Can't say the same for next section. Because my friend's coming over. He's staying from... It's coming down from the Marines. He's staying from the... Not staying here, but like... He's coming back from like the 1st to 20th, so I'm probably gonna hang out with him a good amount. So... It won't be... I don't think it'll be... I mean, I could technically finish it within... At least faster than the last section, which was, I think, 42 days. So if I finish... Even if I theoretically finish this one in... September 27th... October 27th... And I have 2 more sections, November 27th. Actually, I could, if I kept this exact pace, I think I could actually finish before the end of the year, but I don't know. I have to figure that out. Holidays are going to be kind of a pain to work around, I'm not going to lie. This project, and from work in general, but because I might be working extra, unless it's really that static of a schedule, but I may have to be taking other people's shifts at some point. Which is going to be kind of sad, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. To be fair, people probably take my shifts actually quite often. Wow, I wonder how long that coal has been there. Like that. Hasn't been too long, has it? Probably. I don't know. Right. I could only imagine watching a diamond form underground. That'd be kind of cool. I forgot blocks. God dang it. Oh, well, I'll just use the dirt. It's not that much. It's only like 30 something dirt. 40 dirt. No, 42 dirt. 43 dirt. Yes, I will become immortal and watch a diamond form. I already reset it, god damn it. Okay. can't believe those bows missed. I tried to rely on the hitboxes of the dragon, but it did not work. Oh, dang it. Where's your duck under? Boop. Okay, just get out of here. Yes, water. I've broken in terms of repairing a bunch, and I've broken in terms of actually breaking the pickaxe itself, like fully breaking it. Imagine being invited to a policy Q&A by Patreon. Who would go to a policy Q&A? It's like, oh yeah, I have so many questions about policies. The death row. Of course. That was bound to happen eventually. Oh yes, dirt ore. It's kind of weird because my favorite ore is diamond, but like my favorite actual like favorite item in terms of looks, I actually like emerald in terms of looks more than diamond, but I like the ore of diamond more than the emerald. Kind of weird. Alright, there we go. Second layer is done. And I'm gonna be going to end the stream now. And drink some water. So I should finish by... Yeah, I'd say in a couple months. I'd give it like... I'd say up to 6 months at most. But yeah. See you guys later.